So this one, right?
But Maria doesn't, she doesn't have a passport. And do we have an extra copy for the transcript?
Yeah, probably one correspondence.
And wish you all a successful and fruitful meeting. I call to order the seventh meeting of the third committee of the 73rd session of the General Assembly. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on this occasion I invite the committee to begin its consideration of agenda item 29 entitled The Advancement of Women. For the first session of the meeting, interpretation will be available in the following languages: English, Italian, Spanish, and Russian. Please make sure that you select the appropriate channel in order to hear the interpretation in the language of your choice. And now, without further ado, it is with pleasure that I warmly welcome the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, and I invite him to address the committee. Mr. Guterres, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished ambassadors, Nobel Prize winner, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to speak here today. The theme of today's event, women's right moving towards greater gender equality, is crucial for the development of all countries and our future prosperity. I might start with a recent event about NASA's decision to cancel what would have been a historic all-female spacewalk. But it turned out that they don't have enough spacesuits. Many see these as evidence that women still aren't full participants in the space program. And they are right. The same we can say about the position of women in many other fields. And therefore it is particularly important that we are meeting today after only a couple of weeks of the 63rd session of the Commission on the Status of Women. The Commission addressed as its priority theme social protection systems, access to public services and sustainable infrastructure for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. What is especially important that just 2 weeks ago we saw a launch of strategy Equality in Law for Women and Girls by 2030, a multi-stakeholder strategy for accelerated action. Women and girls must be both beneficiaries and active participants in the design of social protection systems, public services, and sustainable infrastructure. And this can be achieved more efficiently when laws are gender equal and include the specific needs of women. And that is what we want to achieve. And we are not waiting for 2030. We have intermediate goals and we have begun our work. The strategy aims to fast-track the repeal of discriminatory laws in 6 thematic areas in 100 countries from 2019 to 2023, and it is expected to address the legal needs of over 50 million women and girls. And this is the first step, but it will be so crucial for the lives of many girls and women globally. Today, let us be clear about what needs to change. And I will be frank, more than ever, we need global responses to global challenges. Yet, more than ever, multilateralism, international problem solving is under fire. You are living in the paradox situation too. After all, advocates for gender equality are mobilizing like never before. We are building global movements, raising awareness, inspiring change, and at the same time, something else is happening. And we must call a spade a spade. Around the world, there is a pushback on women's rights. That pushback is deep pervasive and relentless. We witness increased violence against women, especially human rights defenders and women running for political office. As the ILO just found, women last year were 26% less likely to be in employment than men. Fewer than 1/3 of managers are women, even though they are likely to be better educated. We all know women's participation makes peace agreements more durable, but we still struggle to make sure women are included in negotiating teams. Even governments that are vocal supporters of this agenda fail to back their words with actions where it counts. Meanwhile, we see wide and persistent digital divides, an ongoing uphill battle for reproductive rights, terrible endemic sexual and gender-based violence. And nationalist, populist, and even austerity agendas are tearing the social fabric, aggravating inequality, splintering communities, curtailing women's rights, and cutting vital services. We have a fight on our hands, and it is a fight we must win together. So let us say it loud and clear. We will not give ground. We will not turn back. We will push back against the pushback. And we will keep pushing for rapid change and for the meaningful change our world needs, starting by addressing the imbalance in power relations. That is why here at the United Nations, I have been pushing for gender parity, and I'm proud to report to you today we are making good progress. Today, if you look around the table of my senior management group, you will find more women than men. Ms. Tigers is no longer alone. And that is for the first time in United Nations history. Look around the world and you will find parity among our resident coordinators, our top officials on the ground. Again, for the first time in the United Nations history. We are well on our way to parity in all senior ranks by 2021 and across the board in the United Nations by 2028. But that is not coming without pushback. I'm told that even within the system, some critics have even dared to play the competency card. I heard it all before when I pushed the greater empowerment in my own political party decades ago in my country. The United Nations Charter states the paramount consideration in the employment of staff shall be the necessity of securing the highest standards of efficiency, competence, and integrity. The point is, men and women are equally efficient, equally competent, and with the same levels of integrity. It is the present situation that penalizes women and the organization as a whole. With these facts in hand, I have reached a very clear and scientific conclusion. What these critics are saying about competency is complete and utter nonsense. The General Assembly made it clear in a resolution all the way back in 1975, stating that a major principle governing the recruitment policy of the United Nations must be the equitable distribution of the positions between men and women. A very strong recommendation, unfortunately, almost completely forgotten for decades. And let us be clear, parity is about far more than numbers, because it is good for us all. You need to know that you have my full support. As we look to next year's 25th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, the 20th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we should work hard to push for more equal opportunities. Keep leading us to a place where women and men enjoy equal rights, equal freedoms, equal power. We need you more than ever. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his inspirational statement. I now give the floor to Dr. Denis Mukwege to make a statement.
Thank you. On the tragic night of the 6th of October 1996, rebels attacked our hospital in Limera, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. More than 30 people were killed. Patients were slaughtered in their beds, point blank. Unable to flee, the staff were killed in cold blood. I could not have imagined it then, but this was only the beginning. We were forced to leave Limera in 1999, and we set up the Panzi Hospital in Bukavu, where I still work as an obstetrician-gynecologist today. The first patient admitted was a rape victim who had been shot in her genitals. The macabre violence knew no limit. Years have gone by, and so many stories of this kind have been brought through our doors. The violence in the DRC has never stopped. It has become our new reality. Rape, massacres, torture, widespread insecurity, and a flagrant lack of education create a spiral of unprecedented violence. The human cost of this perverted, organised chaos has been hundreds of thousands of women raped, over 4 million people displaced within the country, and the loss of 6 million human lives. Imagine the equivalent of the entire population of Denmark decimated. My name is Denis Mukwege, and I come from one of the richest countries on the planet. Yet the people of my country are among the poorest in the world. The troubling reality is that the abundance of our natural resources, gold, coltan, cobalt, and other strategic minerals, is the root cause of war, extreme violence, and abject poverty. We all love nice cars, jewellery, and gadgets. I have a smartphone myself. But these items contain minerals found in our country, often mined in inhuman conditions by young children, victims of intimidation and sexual violence. When you drive your electric car, when you use your smartphone, or admire your jewellery, take a minute to reflect on the human cost of manufacturing these objects. As consumers, let us at least insist that these products are manufactured with respect for human dignity. Turning a blind eye to this tragedy is being complicit. It's not just the perpetrators of violence who are responsible for their crimes. It is also those who choose to look the other way. My country is being systematically looted with the complicity of people claiming to be our leaders. Looted for their power, their wealth, and their glory. Looted at the expense of millions of innocent men, women, and children, abandoned in extreme poverty. While the profits of our minerals end up in the pockets of a predatory oligarchy. For 20 years now, day after day, at Panzi Hospital, I have seen the harrowing consequences of this country's gross mismanagement. Babies, girls, young women, mothers, grandmothers, and also men and boys cruelly raped, often publicly and collectively, by inserting burning plastic or sharp objects in their genitals. I'll spare you the details. I call on the world to be a witness, and I urge you to join us in order to put an end to this suffering that shames our common humanity. The people of my country desperately need peace. But how to build peace on mass graves? How to build peace without truth or reconciliation? How to build peace without justice or reparation? As I speak to you, a report is gathering mould in an office drawer in New York. It was drafted following a professional investigation into war crimes and human rights violations perpetrated in the Congo. This investigation explicitly names the victims, the places, and the dates, but leaves the perpetrators nameless. This mapping report by the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights describes no fewer than 617 war crimes and crimes against humanity, and perhaps even crimes of genocide. What is the world waiting for before taking this into account? There is no lasting peace without justice, yet justice is not negotiable. Let us have the courage to take a critical and impartial look at what has been going on for too long in the Great Lakes region. This conference today will only be of value if it leads to concrete change in the lives of victims of sexual violence all over the world, and the restoration of peace in our countries. So what can we do? What can you do? First, we all have a responsibility to act. Taking action is a choice. It is a choice whether or not we stop violence against women, whether or not we create a positive masculinity which promotes gender equality in times of peace and in times of war. It is a choice whether or not to support a woman, whether or not to protect her, whether or not to defend her rights, whether or not to fight on her side in countries ravaged by conflict. It is a choice whether or not to build peace in countries in conflict. Taking action means saying no to indifference. If there is a war to be waged, it is the war against this indifference which is eating away at our societies. Second, we are all indebted to these women and their loved ones, and we must all take ownership of this fight, including states, by ceasing to welcome leaders who have tolerated, or worse, used sexual violence to take power. States must stop welcoming them by rolling out the red carpet, and instead draw a red line against the use of rape as a weapon of war. This red line would consist of imposing economic and political sanctions on these leaders and taking them to court. Doing the right thing is not hard, it's just a matter of political will. Third, we must acknowledge the suffering of the survivors of all acts of violence against women in armed conflicts, and we must support their holistic recovery process. I insist on reparations. These measures give survivors compensation and satisfaction and enable them to start a new life. This is a human right. I call on states to support the initiative to create a global fund for reparations for victims of sexual violence in armed conflicts. Fourth, on behalf of all widows, all widowers and orphans of the massacres committed in the DRC, and all Congolese in love with peace, I call on the international community to finally consider the Mapping Project report and its recommendations. May justice prevail. This would allow the Congolese people to weep for their loved ones, to mourn their dead, to forgive their torturers, to overcome their suffering, and finally, to project themselves into a serene future. Finally, after 20 years of bloodshed, rape, and massive population displacements, the Congolese people are waiting to explore the path to a lasting peace. To achieve peace, there has to be adherence to the principle of free, transparent, credible, and peaceful elections. The challenge is clear. It is within our reach. For all women, for all men and children of the Congo, I call upon you to stand up and say loudly together, the violence in the DRC is enough. Enough is enough. Peace now. Thank you.
I thank Dr. Mukwege for his statement. I now give the floor to Mr. Vincius Pinheiro, Deputy Director of the International Labour Organization, to make a statement.
Vostra Eccellenza, Presidente Saikal, Vostra Eccellenza Segretario Generale delle Nazioni Unite, Antonio Gutierrez, Dottor Denis Mukwege, Signore e signori. Mi chiamo Vinicio Pinheiro, sono il vice direttore dell'Organizzazione Internazionale del Lavoro delle Nazioni Unite, meglio conosciuta come l'OIL. E dall'ottobre del 2012 sono anche segretario esecutivo del Consiglio di coordinazione dell'Interagenzia per la protezione sociale. In questo terzo comitato rappresento l'OIL per quanto riguarda i seguenti 4 punti. L'Agenzia per lo sviluppo post 2015, la protezione sociale, l'occupazione giovanile e la migrazione. Sono di lingua madre portoghese, essendo nato in Brasile, ma ho studiato scienze politiche e pubblica amministrazione in diverse università americane e quindi, come vedete, parlo più lingue. Dal 2002 al 2005 ho lavorato per l'OCSE a Parigi, poi alla Banca Mondiale e infine alla OIL. E adesso veniamo all'argomento del nostro dibattito di oggi. Siamo qui a parlare di parità di genere. Alla conferenza dell'OCSE dell'8 marzo, proprio qualche settimana fa, per la ricorrenza della Giornata Internazionale della Donna, si è constatato che un progresso sulla parità del genere globalmente c'è stato, ma è troppo lento e non è sufficiente. Resta molto da fare nel campo dei diritti delle donne, delle loro opportunità e della loro partecipazione alla vita pubblica. Sì, ci sono state riforme in molti paesi, regolamenti e regole innovative, ma a causa di norme sociali e culturali radicate, la discriminazione a scapito delle donne e delle bambine perdura. Si stima che questa esclusione delle donne abbia causato una perdita di reddito globale che ammonta a 6 trilioni di dollari statunitensi, ovvero 6.000 miliardi, che equivale al 7,5% del PIL mondiale. Sì, nelle economie avanzate di oggi le donne rappresentano più della metà dei dipendenti del settore pubblico, ma sono pochissime quelle che ricoprono posti di comando e cariche decisionali, ad esempio nei consigli di amministrazione di istituzioni pubbliche e delle grosse aziende private. Citando Gabriela Ramos, capo del personale alla OCSE, se non acceleriamo il passo delle nostre politiche in quanto a opportunità femminile, ci vorranno 200 anni per raggiungere la parità. Ma la parità non riguarda solo il divario salariale, che si attesta al 13,6% nei paesi dell'OCSE. Altri problemi contribuiscono all'inuguaglianza tra i sessi. Uno di questi è l'abuso sessuale e la violenza domestica. Come dicevo, per quanto riguarda la violenza domestica c'è stato un miglioramento chiaramente riscontrabile dalle cifre. Dal 50% nel 2012 siamo scesi al 37% nel 2014 e ancora al 27% nel 2018, per quanto riguarda sempre le vittime di violenza domestica. Ma vi sembra giusto che il 27% delle donne debbano rimanere vittime di violenza nel mondo di oggi? Dobbiamo adoperarci a 180 gradi e in fretta se vogliamo raggiungere la parità tra i sessi in tempi accettabili. A questo punto io vorrei proporre un percorso di 6 azioni concrete da portare a termine per ridurre la discriminazione nei confronti di donne e bambine. Dobbiamo, per mezzo della tecnologia digitale, migliorare l'accesso al credito finanziario per le donne, non solo nei paesi sviluppati, ma anche nei paesi in via di sviluppo. Dobbiamo aumentare l'inclusione delle donne nei ruoli decisionali, non solo all'interno delle aziende, ma anche nella pubblica amministrazione. Prendendo lo spunto da famosi scandali recenti come LuxLeaks, Cambridge Analytica e Me Too, dobbiamo proteggere i garanti, i cosiddetti whistleblowers, che hanno la funzione di segnalare il marcio nelle nostre società. Dobbiamo garantire l'uso equo delle infrastrutture fisiche sostenibili, con particolare riferimento alla distribuzione dell'acqua, alla salute pubblica e all'energia. Dobbiamo riconoscere il lavoro domestico e quello assistenziale, spesso prestato dagli stessi membri della famiglia. E infine dobbiamo tenere sempre vivo nelle nostre menti e nelle nostre coscienze l'obiettivo di sviluppo sostenibile numero 5, e cioè raggiungere l'uguaglianza di genere ed emancipare tutte le donne e le ragazze. Queste sono le azioni che dobbiamo fare urgentemente, perché non abbiamo più tempo. Grazie della vostra attenzione.
While I thank Mr. Pinheiro for his speech, I would like to point out that it will be interpreted in the consecutive mode. And so its interpretation into English, Spanish and Russian will be available to all of you. And now Mr. Pinheiro has delivered his speech, for which I am grateful.
So now interpreters, can you connect to the channel? So interpreters, can you connect to Carlo's channel to listen to the English interpretation? You can then take notes. Then tutors will be able to join their students after the speech is finished. Thank you. And tutors, you can listen to the English channel now as well, to listen to Carlo interpreting into English. Thank you very much. So now, tutors, you can go to the booth and listen to your students interpreting into their mother tongue. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the interpreter for making the speech available in more languages. We are now going to take a 20 minutes coffee break, and the session will resume at 12:35.
Thibault?
It's a new experience.
Yeah, now you
Back
can.
to French tomorrow.
Miriam, we're still waiting.
Miriam. She seemed to be writing an awful lot of things. Yeah.
Is the sound
I
on?
could see her writing. So she had lots
She's
of
coming.
We will now resume the morning session, and we shall continue with a statement by Mr. Jackson Katz, who will explain to us points of abiding interests, especially why we can no longer see sexual violence as merely a women's issue, and will insist on the importance of engaging boys and men in fighting violence against women. I now give the floor to Mr. Katz.
I want to share with you today. Oh, thank you. I want to share with you today a paradigm-shifting perspective on gender-based violence. That term encompasses a lot: sexual violence, domestic abuse, emotional abuse, sexual harassment. Gender violence issues have been seen as women's issues that some good men help with. But that is not how I see it, and that's not how I believe any of us should see these issues. These are, first and foremost, men's issues. Calling gender violence a women's issue is part of the problem. Men tune out their accountability and relatability to these issues when they hear that they're for a female audience. A lot of men don't get beyond the most shallow concepts of women's issues, of gender issues, and of gender-based violence. There's confusion by men about the meaning of the word gender. Men act like the word means woman. It's the same across minority groups when we talk about social justice issues. Think about it. Heterosexuals tune out when they hear the word sexual orientation. White people in America often do not identify with the term race because these movements are, rightly so, targeted for and often by racial, sexual, and gender minority groups. Those of the dominant group, in all these cases, are so rarely challenged to confront the systems that they proliferate. They don't frame their own dominance in their minds. That's one of the problems of holding power and privilege, when people who have it do not see that they have it. So men have often been excused from a narrative that must include men, because these problems that affect women are men's problems. So where do these notions come from? On the one hand, it is a deeply ingrained thing for us to victim blame in fields of gender-based violence. We focus on a narrative of women affected disproportionately by violence, and in doing so, ask questions about the woman's actions while excluding the man's role in the narrative. Take an example of Mary, a survivor of domestic abuse. It's easy to fall into the trap in this field of creating an identity for Mary that is entirely her condition. Instead of framing her story as John beat Mary, we frame it as Mary is a battered woman. We create an entire identity for a woman based on what has happened to her. And as a result, we focus inappropriate questions about Mary in an attempt to explain her condition. What was Mary wearing? Why was Mary attracted to John? And so on it goes. But the questions we should be asking are, what's going on with John? Why does John feel like it is justifiable to emotionally and physically abuse Mary? Why do men around the world propagate sexual violence against women, men, and children alike? The answers start with examining perpetrators of this violence as part of a systemic problem. These are not monsters who appear from the darkness at night to attack and then retreat into the shadows. These are everyday men and women. How do politics, race, economics, and other societal factors influence these things? Once we start making connections and examining these issues through intersectional lenses like this, that is when we can start to make real progress on these issues. At the core of these issues, then, is reframing the entire way we understand and discuss gender issues. I hope that through your discussions today, you continue to frame the narratives of these issues to include the perpetrators, not just the survivors, and to remember that women's issues are men's issues as well. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Katz for his statement and now give the floor to Ms. Mariangela Zappia, permanent representative of Italy to the United Nations. Ms. Zappia, you have the floor.
Signora Presidente, gentili colleghe e colleghi, signore e signori. Il governo italiano che oggi ho l'onore di rappresentare in questa prestigiosa sede ha finora agito nella profonda convinzione che l'empowerment e il miglioramento della condizione sociale, economica e politica di tutte le donne, ivi comprese le donne e le bambine rurali, sia fondamentale per la creazione di governi e amministrazioni trasparenti e responsabili e per lo sviluppo sostenibile in tutti i settori della vita. La disparità, ancora oggi evidente tra donne e uomini, impedisce alle donne di condurre una vita all'altezza delle loro aspettative e opera su diversi livelli della società, da quello più personale a quello pubblico. Sono quindi fermamente convinta che potenziare le politiche e gli investimenti a favore delle donne e delle ragazze, anche in ambito rurale, non sia solo giusto, ma anche intelligente e necessario per una crescita economica e sociale inclusiva. Il nostro impegno per l'attuazione dell'Agenda 2030 per lo sviluppo sostenibile, in linea con la dichiarazione e piattaforma d'azione di Pechino, nonché le risorse dedicate all'obiettivo di sviluppo sostenibile numero 5, ne sono una dimostrazione. Sono particolarmente orgogliosa di rammentare in questa sede che l'Italia ha già da tempo deciso di attribuire un'importanza speciale al ruolo delle donne nella nostra società e di intraprendere azioni concrete per tutelare e promuovere il progresso dei diritti delle donne e adottare politiche efficaci per l'empowerment femminile. Spetta a ciascun governo trasformare in azioni concrete le nostre dichiarazioni di impegno per rimuovere attraverso politiche ed interventi gli ostacoli per raggiungere una piena parità. In Italia sono numerose le azioni intraprese negli ultimi anni per migliorare la parità di genere nei processi decisionali politici. Come conseguenza di tali misure, il numero delle donne che lavorano nelle istituzioni politiche è cresciuto considerevolmente. Incremento confermato dalle recenti elezioni politiche dove il 34% dei nuovi parlamentari eletti sono rappresentati da donne. È la percentuale più alta raggiunta nella storia della Repubblica Italiana. Oltre alla partecipazione politica, è fondamentale promuovere l'accesso delle donne ai processi decisionali del settore economico. L'Italia sta attualmente assistendo a una significativa rivoluzione nella leadership femminile grazie all'attuazione della legge 120 2011 sulla parità di accesso agli organi di amministrazione e di controllo delle società quotate. Una legge che stabilisce che all'interno di tali organi delle società quotate e delle società pubbliche il genere meno rappresentato debba ottenere almeno il 33% degli amministratori eletti. Con l'entrata in vigore della legge, la percentuale di donne ai vertici delle società quotate è ora pari al 33,5%. Un traguardo importante se si considera che la partecipazione femminile nelle società italiane quotate nel 2010 era pari a circa il 6%. Tale incremento è stato evidente anche per le società pubbliche, dove la percentuale di presenza femminile nei board è pari al 32,1%. L'impegno del governo, e in primis del Parlamento italiano, sarà quello di prorogare l'efficacia della legge per consolidare nel tempo i risultati conseguiti fino ad oggi, soprattutto perché diventino patrimonio culturale e non più solo un'imposizione di legge. L'Italia sta proseguendo nella sua azione di sensibilizzazione nei confronti delle nuove generazioni, incentivando l'accesso delle studentesse al settore scientifico-tecnologico, ingegneristico e matematico. Abbiamo proseguito nell'azione di riorganizzazione del lavoro, favorendo forme di lavoro agile, non penalizzanti per i percorsi di carriera delle donne e che consentono di conciliare lavoro e vita personale e familiare. Non ultimo, un nuovo strumento, quello del reddito di cittadinanza, come misura politica attiva di lavoro e di contrasto alla povertà per favorire l'inserimento lavorativo delle donne e delle ragazze. Per quanto riguarda le relazioni con gli altri paesi, l'Italia è in particolare attivamente impegnata sia sul piano diplomatico negoziale, sia su quello della cooperazione allo sviluppo a sostegno dei diritti umani delle donne. Sosteniamo infatti le campagne internazionali per l'eradicazione delle mutilazioni genitali femminili e dei matrimoni precoci e forzati, promuovendo e partecipando attivamente al lavoro dell'ONU su questi temi. Forte dei solidi progressi realizzati dal mio Paese, sono altresì lieta di condividere in questo prestigioso dibattito generale le recenti politiche nazionali e misure concrete che abbiamo adottato per garantire una reale uguaglianza tra donne e uomini nell'accesso al mercato del lavoro e agli strumenti imprenditoriali e a una società libera da discriminazioni e stereotipi di genere troppo spesso responsabili del perpetuarsi di comportamenti violenti in ambito lavorativo e familiare. Il governo italiano ha investito cospicue risorse al fine di facilitare l'accesso delle donne al mercato del lavoro, con risultati incoraggianti, dato che il tasso di occupazione femminile è di costante crescita. Abbiamo introdotto misure per incentivare l'assunzione di donne disoccupate attraverso la previsione di sgravi contributivi per i datori di lavoro del settore privato. Tali provvedimenti sono stati inoltre estesi per rimediare alla sottorappresentanza delle donne in determinati contesti geografici e in particolari settori produttivi, quali l'agricoltura, la comunicazione e l'informazione, i trasporti e l'industria manifatturiera ed energetica. La scarsa presenza delle donne in termini di competenze digitali rischia inoltre di frenare ulteriormente lo sviluppo dell'economia e delle società. La domanda di competenze digitali è infatti destinata ad aumentare, trasformando lavori e intere filiere produttive. A tale proposito, l'Italia si è fortemente impegnata a promuovere azioni concrete per aumentare la partecipazione delle donne e delle ragazze nella scienza, nelle nuove tecnologie, comprese quelle dei media e della comunicazione, riconoscendo che tali competenze scientifiche e tecnologiche sono un requisito importante per l'accesso a molti posti di lavoro con migliori condizioni retributive nell'economia di oggi. Al fine di promuovere l'imprenditoria femminile, inoltre, abbiamo istituito un fondo di garanzia che agevola l'accesso al credito in fase di avviamento delle imprese femminili anche nel settore agricolo. Gentili colleghi, investire nelle donne, nelle loro potenzialità e nel loro contributo sostanziale e unico alla crescita di un paese è il primo passo per la costruzione e sostenibilità di un mondo migliore per tutti, donne e uomini. Grazie per l'attenzione.
I would like to thank Ms. Marangela Zakia for her interesting statement. Distinguished delegates, before I advise you that the committee will continue with the general discussion on agenda item 29 this afternoon, I would like to extend my thanks to the delegates, the guests to this meeting, also to our online viewers. We are grateful to the technician who enabled this meeting to proceed and to be followed by such online viewers. And let me also thank the interpreters who made the speeches available in all the languages needed. We resume, I repeat, at 14:30. The meeting is adjourned.
Yes, so the tutors are not going to
I buy fruit now. I'm
just trying to
healthy.
take care of you.
Yeah. House health net. He's on all of our cases.
Hello.
It's all right, I'm not chairing it.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. One, two, three, four, 1, 2. Good afternoon, 1, 2. Test 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4.
Confuses me as well. Now it's not too bad, but right at the beginning there was a bit like weird.
Test 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4.
They're not very good at it. That's why I'm telling you to ignore them. You seem to find a way to talk to me every time.
Now it's not too bad, but right at the beginning there was a bit like
Definitely that microphone.
She wants the horn? Jonathan, you okay? You don't need any water or anything?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
I guess you have your coffee.
Yes, thank you. Nice to be asked.
Test on mic 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4. Good afternoon. 1 2 3 4. Test on mic 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4. Good afternoon. 1 2 3 4.
bit, what is it you have mentioned towards photographs?
It says here, this baby was delivered obviously in front of the picture, so I can elevate
Сегодня пришла, сделала кое-что, мне говорит, ага, потому что
Antonio Guterres. Very cheap and
I think so.
No.
Today.
Yeah.
Anyway, you
phone.
got to more
So you also do the
particular choice option. Yeah. Well, you have theory courses.
That is, and then,
Aperture.
física fíjate para los.
We're gonna start, so Natalie's chairing.
Veronica.
Okay.
Expect the unexpected, they say in interpreting. Here we go. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our afternoon session. I'm standing for my colleague who might come and join us later, but at the moment I'd like to welcome you. We're all set to start. I call the order of the 7th meeting of the 3rd committee of the 73rd session of the General Assembly. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I now invite the committee to continue with the general discussion of agenda item 29, entitled Advancement of Women. For the second session of the meeting, interpretation will be available in Arabic, Chinese, French, and Japanese. Please make sure that you select the right channel in order to listen to the interpretation in the language you require. Now, without further ado, it is with distinct pleasure that I warmly welcome Miss Emma Watson on my left, UN Goodwill Ambassador, and I invite her to address the committee. Mrs. Watson, you have the floor. Or
Thank
Miss
you.
Watson. Or Miss. Emma.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm reaching out to you because I need your help. We want to end gender inequality, and to do that, we need everyone to be involved. This is the first campaign of its kind, He for She, at the UN. We want to try and galvanize as many men and boys as possible to be advocates for gender equality. And we don't just want to talk about it, but make sure it is tangible. The more I've spoken about feminism, the more I have realized that fighting for women's rights has too often become synonymous with men hating. If there is one thing I know for certain, it is that this has to stop. For the record, feminism by definition is the belief that men and women should have equal rights and opportunities. It is the theory of the political, economic, and social equality of the sexes. I started questioning gender-based assumption when at 8 I was confused at being called bossy, because I wanted to direct the plays we would put on for our parents, but the boys were not. When at 14 I started being sexualized by certain elements of the press. When at 15 my girlfriends started dropping out of sports because they didn't want to appear masculine. When at 18, my male friends were unable to express their feelings. I decided I was a feminist, and this seems uncomplicated to me. But my recent research has shown me that feminism has become an unpopular word. Apparently, I am among the ranks of women whose expressions are seen as too strong, too aggressive, isolating, anti-men, and unattractive. Why is the word such an uncomfortable one? I am from Britain and think it is right that as a woman I am paid the same as my male counterparts. I think it is right that I should be able to make decisions about my own body. I think it is right that women be involved on my behalf in the policies and decision-making of my country. I think it is right that socially I am afforded the same respect as men. But, sadly, I can say that there is no one country in the world where all women can expect to receive these rights. No country in the world can yet say they have achieved gender equality. These rights I consider to be human rights, but I am one of the lucky ones. My life is privileged because my parents didn't love me less because I was born a daughter, My school did not limit me because I was a girl. My mentors didn't assume I would go less far because I might give birth to a child one day. These influencers were the gender equality ambassadors that made me who I am today. They may not know it, but they're the inadvertent feminists who are changing the world today. And we need more of those. And if you still hate the word feminism, it is not about the word, but the importance is the idea and the ambition behind it. Because not all women have been afforded the same rights that I have. In fact, statistically, very few have been. In 1995, Hillary Clinton made a famous speech in Beijing about women's rights. Sadly, many of the things she wanted to change are still a reality today. But what stood out for me the most is that only 30% of her audience were male. How can we affect change in the world when only half of it is invited or feel welcome to participate in the conversation? I would like to take this opportunity to extend the informal invitation to men. Gender equality is your issue too. Because to date, I've seen my father's role as a parent being valued less by society, despite my needing his presence as a child as much as my mother's. I've seen young men suffering from mental illness, being unable to ask for help for fear it will make them look less macho. In fact, in the UK, suicide is the biggest killer of men between 20 and 49 years of age, overtaking road accidents, cancer, and coronary heart disease. I've seen men made fragile and insecure by a distorted sense of what constitutes male success. Men don't have the benefits of equality either. We don't often talk about men being imprisoned by gender stereotypes, but I can see that they are, and that when they are free, things will change for women as a natural consequence. If men don't have to be aggressive in order to be accepted, women won't feel compelled to be submissive. If men don't have to control, women won't have to be controlled. Both men and women should feel free to be sensitive. Both men and women should feel free to be strong. It is time that we all perceive gender on a spectrum, not as two opposing sets of ideals. If we stop defining each other by what we are not and start defining ourselves by what we are, we can all be freer, and this is what he for she is about. It's about freedom. I want men to take up this mantle, so their daughters, sisters, and mothers can be free from prejudice, but also to that their sons have the permission to be vulnerable and human too. Reclaim those parts of themselves they abandoned, and in doing so, be a more true and complete version of themselves. I don't know if I am qualified to be here. All I know is that I care about this problem, and I want to make it better. And having seen what I've seen, and given the chance, I feel this is my duty to say something. I've told myself firmly, if not me who, if not now when. If you have a similar doubts when opportunities are presented to you, I hope those words might be helpful. Because the reality is that if we do nothing, it will take 75 years, or for me to be nearly 100, before women can expect to be paid the same as men for the same work. 15.5 million girls will be married in the next 16 years as children. And at the current rates, it won't be until 2086 before all rural African girls will be able to receive a secondary education. If you believe in equality, you might be one of those inadvertent feminists I spoke of earlier. And for this, I applaud you. We are struggling for a uniting world, but the good news is that we have a uniting movement. It is called He for She. I'm inviting you to step forward, to be the he for she, and to ask yourself, is not me who, if not now, when? Thank you.
I would like to thank the UN Goodwill Ambassador for her statement, and I apologize for having been delayed by a previous commitment from attending the beginning of her statement. I now give the floor to Mrs. Michelle Obama. Human rights are the right to be free from violence, slavery and discrimination, to be educated, to own property, to vote, and to earn a fair and equal wage. Those rights have been enshrined by the United Nations. It should be unnecessary to say that they apply to women, that human rights are women's rights. Yet, all too often, in too many parts of the world, women and girls are denied such rights simply because of their gender. Girls are denied access to education, which it is their human right to receive. This is a fact. There are actually 98 million adolescent girls who are not in school where they ought to be. Not only would education empower girls, it would enable them to understand the challenges specific to their local communities, and it would enable them to overcome such challenges. As I have already said, and I don't mind repeating it because it is true, when you educate a girl, you educate a family, you educate a community, you educate a country. It is this conviction which has prompted me to unveil the Global Girls Alliance in October 2018. The aim of the alliance is to mobilize people in the United States to launch financial products and financial projects online, and to convince community leaders that it is their duty to facilitate learning. Government does not have all the answers, nor does it have sufficient resources to meet all the needs. Therefore, the Alliance supports more than 1,500 grassroots organizations, providing links to resources and training and social support. The World Economic Forum recent gender gap report dated 2017 provides a wealth of details about the worldwide lasting imbalance in gender inequality. It spells out ways and means to overcome inequality in future. It confirms that since 2006, the overall gender gap has been reduced by 3.6%. But the progress is still very slow. Thus, in 2018, there has been a reduction of only 0.03%. The report benchmarks 149 countries on their progress towards gender parity across 4 dimensions. Those dimensions are economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and lastly, political empowerment. In 2018, a 5th dimension has been added for the first time. That dimension is artificial intelligence, which will certainly impact on the division of labor in the foreseeable future. Obviously, winning rights for women is about more than giving opportunities to any individual woman or girl. It's about changing how countries and communities work. It involves changing law and politics, winning hearts and minds, and investing in women's organizations and movements. There is still a need to change drastically, and the change has to occur in many ways. However, there is already news of some improvement. Political representation, for instance, has made great strides. In the 10 years covered by the World Economic Forum study, overall 50% of the countries covered have or have had a female head of state. It has been shown that once leadership is achieved by women, the number of women serving in senior posts starts to rise. For instance, in Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon has already achieved gender balance in her cabinet. Of course, progress can also be made under male leadership. For instance, Justin Trudeau, Canada's Prime Minister, named a perfectly balanced 15 men and 15 women cabinet. In African countries, the overall number of parliamentary seats held by women has increased on average by 15% between 2000 and 2014. In education, there has been a good deal of progress. More women than men are pursuing higher education in 97 out of the 145 countries included in the World Economic Forum report. In some places, such as the United States and the United Kingdom, the time has been such that there are now a gender balance swinging the other way. In other words, women have progressed more than men. However, business and the economy have been more resistant to change than education has. There are still relatively few women in leadership roles. There is still a troublesome gap in pay. In fact, the average annual pay for women in the countries surveyed by the report is now equal to what men's average pay was 10 years ago. The World Economic Forum forecasts that it may take 118 years, I repeat, 118 years to close the gender pay gap. That is more than a century. Such a number is just not acceptable. Even considering the growing number of women enrolling in colleges, women make up a majority of the skilled workforce in only 68% of the 145 countries covered by this report. Women make up the majority of managers in only 4 of those countries. That, again, is not an acceptable number. How can this be? It's certainly not for lack of evidence about the economic benefits which can be derived from altering this proportion. Multiple studies have shown that more women in leadership roles result in satisfactory results. A recent report from a global institute estimated that $112 trillion could be added to global growth by advancing gender equality. I repeat, $112 trillion. We can look at a country-by-country comparison and see a correlation between economic performance and gender parity. Countries in which there is greater gender equality do not only offer better opportunities for women, they show a reduction in poverty. The World Bank has confirmed that in Latin America and in the Caribbean, women's role has been critical in reducing poverty, and that reduction has amounted to 30% over 10 years. The majority of female entrepreneurs are involved in micro enterprises or in small and medium enterprises. Though such is the case, women are, if they participate equally in the global economy, would add $28 trillion to GDP growth by the year 2025. Such an increase might be due, at least in part, to the fact that more women are devise more of household budgets to education, health, and nutrition than men do. This has been confirmed by a study conducted in countries at diverse level of development. For instance, in the United States, in Brazil, in Bangladesh, and in Ethiopia. Very different countries indeed. In conclusion, asserting, furthering, and protecting women's rights is not just a duty. It is in the interest of humankind and of future generations. Women have a right to play a critical role in the present and to have a hopeful heart for the future. They have a right to learn, to be, to do, to know, and to live together. I thank Mrs. Obama for her statement, and I now give the floor to Ms. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie to make a statement. Her statement will be interpreted in the consecutive mode, and so its interpretation into Arabic, Chinese, French, and Japanese will be available to you all in the language of your choice after Ms. Adichie finishes delivering her speech. Ms. Adichie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a lovely day it is today in London. It's always a delight to come to England during spring. I'm very honoured to be invited to speak here today in such a prestigious institution and amongst revered colleagues. Yes, I may be a writer today, but I was once a teacher. The first time I taught a writing class in graduate school, I was worried. Not about the teaching material, because I was well prepared and I was teaching what I enjoyed. Instead, I was worried about what to wear. I wanted to be taken seriously. I knew that because I was female, I would automatically have to prove my worth. And I was worried that if I looked too feminine, I would not be taken seriously. I really wanted to wear my shiny lip gloss and my girly skirt, but I decided not to. I wore a very serious, very manly, very ugly suit. The sad truth of the matter is that when it comes to appearance, we start off with men as the standard, as the norm. Many of us think that the less feminine a woman appears, the more likely she is to be taken seriously. A man going to a business meeting doesn't wonder about being taken seriously based on what he's wearing, but a woman does. I wish I had not worn that ugly suit that day. Had I then the confidence I now have to be myself, my students would have benefited even more from my teaching, because I would have been more comfortable and more fully and truly myself. I have chosen to no longer be apologetic for my femininity, and I want to be respected in all my femaleness. Some people ask, why the word feminist? Why not just say you are a believer in human rights or something like that? Because that would be dishonest. Feminism is, of course, part of human rights in general. But to choose to use the vague expression of human rights is to deny the specific and particular problem of gender. It would be a way of pretending that it was not women who have for centuries been excluded. It would be a way of denying that the problem of gender targets women. Some men feel threatened by the idea of feminism. This comes, I think, from the insecurity triggered by how boys are brought up, how their sense of self-worth is diminished if they are not naturally in charge as men. We do a great disservice to boys in how we raise them. We stifle the humanity of boys. We define masculinity in a very narrow way. We teach boys to be afraid of fear, of weakness, of vulnerability. We teach them to mask their true selves because they have to be, in Nigerian speak, a hard man. But by far the worst thing we do to males by making them feel they have to be hard is that we leave them with very fragile egos. The harder a man feels compelled to be, the weaker his ego is. And then we do a much greater disservice to girls because we raise them to cater to the fragile egos of males. We teach girls to shrink themselves, to make themselves smaller. We say to girls, you can have ambition, but not too much. You should aim to be successful, but not too successful. Otherwise, you will threaten the man. If you are the breadwinner, pretend that you're not, especially in public. Otherwise, you will emasculate him. In the words of my colleague Emma Watson, and I would like to repeat those very important words, when men are free of these gender stereotypes, as we all are, both men and women, change will happen for women as a natural consequence. And then, and only then, we will all have become feminists. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Adichie for a most interesting statement. We are now going to take a 20-minute coffee break and resume our meeting at 15:30.
Was anybody?
Zwłaszcza co social Si c'est mignon.
Yes.
Michel?
We now resume the afternoon session, and after all the speeches we have heard on the general subject of women's rights, we shall continue with a statement by Ms. Laura Londen, Deputy Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund. Ms. Londen, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished members of the Executive Board, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am pleased to be here with you. This is an important moment for UNFPA. Next year we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the landmark International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD. The regional review process is already underway. A few weeks ago, I attended the third Regional Conference on Population and Development for Latin America and the Caribbean in Lima, Peru, the first in a series of important regional review meetings to be held between now and November. As I begin, I will pose two questions that I hope you will think about during our sessions this afternoon. First, what does ICPD mean to you and to the women and girls in your country? Second, what should ICPD mean for the next generation, for the 10-year-old girl today who is poised at the threshold of her adolescence? We will also celebrate UNFPA at 50 next year. These two historic milestones offer an opportunity for all of us to reflect on the world's progress towards ensuring rights and choices for all, to recommit to the vision of Cairo, and to redouble our efforts to reach those still left behind 25 years later. The coming months are also pivotal ones for the UN system, as we begin to implement General Assembly Resolution 72/279 on repositioning the United Nations Development System to deliver on the 2030 Agenda. The challenges we face are considerable. So too is the scale of our collective determination and the commensurate opportunities to drive transformative change. This determination and ambition guides us at UNFPA. We have committed to universal access to sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights by 2030, driven by three transformative results: to end unmet need for family planning, to end preventable maternal death, and zero gender-based violence and all harmful practices against women and girls. These aims are supported by a commitment to ending invisibility through high-quality population data. This includes ensuring that all people are counted in the 2020 upcoming census round, and we are ramping up our preparations for this key census year and those that surround it. As I reflect on the nearly 1 year during which I have been honored to serve as Executive Director of UNFPA, I would like to thank the board once again for your support and guidance to me personally, and for your expertise in shepherding UNFPA through a turbulent yet transformational period. We have weathered through rough storms together, and together, I believe, we have come out strong, more capable, more ready, willing and able. We are determined. We know that a 10-year-old girl is waiting. We see the possibility of transforming her world and the world of every young person every day in our work in communities around the globe. We see a world where every woman and adolescent girl can make her own choices about whether or when to become pregnant. The evidence shows that access to modern contraception prevents abortion, prevents death, and prevents disability. And because she can make her own choices, she can stay at school and out of child marriage. This is the power of choice. We envision a world where no woman or adolescent girl loses her life while giving life, where every childbirth is safe, everywhere. Even here, in a village in Laos completely cut off by floods, a baby was delivered safely using a UNFPA clean delivery kit. Mother and baby continue healthily. And in Mangina, epicenter of a recent Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, UNFPA was there to ensure safe birth while working with our partners to prevent and control infection and to raise awareness among local communities about the risk of Ebola. Every day we see the possibility of a world where every young person has access to comprehensive sexuality education. Like Zoe, a youth leader I met recently, she wants age-appropriate information that is real and relevant to young people's lives and needs. We at UNFPA want that too, and we're committed to work with and for young people like Zoe to ensure that they receive this. We see the possibility of a world where every woman and girl can live free from sexual abuse and violence. And we are working with our partners, including through the European Union Spotlight Initiative, to bring a decisive end to violence against women and girls. That is the world we all want to live in. We know how to make that world a reality. We have the data, the evidence, and the hard lessons learned. We know the scale of the investments needed, the challenges we need to address together, and the partnerships we need to build to get there. With the support of UNFPA and our partners, more women than ever before are using modern contraception. Fewer are dying in childbirth. More girls are able to stay in school and out of child marriage. Yet, we still have a long way to go to get to zero. This means stepping up our efforts, innovation for scale, and expanding our partnerships to expand our reach. We know how urgent it is to do so. We call our 3 overarching results transformative for a reason. They have the power to transform the individual lives of women and girls, but they will also transform communities and our world. Empowering women powers sustainable development. And it starts with empowering them to decide whether or when to have children. That is why sexual and reproductive health and rights are a key linchpin of the Sustainable Development Goals. I am very happy that the board had a chance during your joint field visits to Uganda and Haiti to see UNFPA's transformative work in action and to see how we and our United Nations partners are delivering as one across the humanitarian development continuum. I am glad that I was able to join you in Haiti, and I hope to have the chance to do so again in the future. That itself is an innovation. I have always said, seeing is believing in this world of infinite possibility. Having visited Bangladesh twice in the past few months, including most recently with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, the High Commissioner for Refugees and World Bank President, I have been deeply moved by the stories and experiences of Rohingya women and girls, and inspired by their resilience and by work that the government of Bangladesh and our humanitarian teams are doing on the ground to respond to the crisis. We witnessed firsthand the heightened hardship and risks brought on by the monsoon season. We heard stories of trauma and suffering from women at UNFPA Safe Place. And we visited UNFPA-supported health facilities, providing life-saving services to ensure safe birth, even here. I accompanied Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed and African Union representatives on a joint mission to South Sudan. We highlighted women's participation and leadership in peace, security, and development. With violence against women and at epidemic proportions, and sexual violence often used as a weapon of war, UNFPA supported one-stop care centers like this one in Juba are a lifeline for survivors of violence, a place they can go for integrated medical, psychological, legal and other support services, all under one roof. The theme of leaving no one behind and reaching those furthest behind resonated throughout two conferences that I attended in July. At the International AIDS Conference in the Netherlands, UNFPA, with our partners, launched a call to action for linking sexual and reproductive health and rights and HIV prevention, treatment and care. This will move us closer to our shared vision of universal health coverage, universal human rights, and an end to the AIDS epidemic by 2030. We have achieved undeniable progress in tackling HIV and AIDS, yet we need to do more and we need to do it better. As co-lead with UNAIDS of the AIDS Prevention Coalition, UNFPA is working with governments, communities and partners. We are scaling up prevention efforts in the most affected communities and populations, including among adolescent girls in Southern Africa who continue to face high rates of HIV infection. At the Global Disability Summit in London, I participated in a session on the sexual and reproductive health and rights of persons with disabilities, a subject too often overlooked and neglected. Leaving no one behind means that everyone, everywhere, including those who are differently abled, should be fully aware of and able to exercise their rights to a happy, healthy sexuality. Our new strategic plan and the 2030 agenda compel us to ensure that they can. This is also at the heart of our work with and for young people. With UNICEF and other partners, we are committed to ensuring that young people's voices are heard, that their rights are respected, and that they have a legitimate seat at the table. UNFPA brings to these efforts decades of experiences and supporting youth participation and engagement, as well as the sexual and reproductive health and rights of young people. That 10-year-old girl and millions of young people around the world are waiting to claim their rights, to be counted, to realize their potential. The launch later this month of the Secretary General's new UN Youth Strategy to guide system-wide work with and for young people is a collective step in the right direction. Thank you all for your attention.
I thank the Deputy Executive Director for her statement. I now give the floor to Ms. Eza Regner, Deputy Executive Director of the UN Women. Ms. Regner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the launch of the UN system's updated accountability frameworks for gender mainstreaming. The United Nations System-Wide Action Plan for Gender Equality, which is known as the UN SWAP 2.0, and the United Nations Country Team System-Wide Action Plan for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women Scorecard. This is known as the UNCT SWAP Gender Equality Scorecard. Together with some of our sister agencies and long-time partners, UNDP, UNICEF, and UNFPA, with us in the panel, and with the many others in the audience and elsewhere in the UN system, today is a day to celebrate. The UN SWAP and the UNCT SWAP scorecard are essentially common frameworks that serve as instruments to embed and elevate the standards of the work of the UN system for gender equality and the empowerment of women. They embody a harmonized vision for mainstreaming gender into institutional functions. Is everything okay? And reporting on results in conformity with the Agenda 2030. They also respond to exhortations of the member states manifest in the latest reform of the UN development system to work together as one, employing common understandings and means, and with accountability. Now that is quite a lot, and all in one package, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, in the development of both frameworks, UN Women, together with UNDP in the case of UNCT SWAP, consulted widely for a period of 18 months across the universe of over 50 UN entities, seeking agreement on common standards and visions and conducting pilots. This too is quite a lot, and so we can celebrate some more. However, after the celebration of this event, next comes the time to implement and to seek compliance and continuous improvement, but not only by demanding it, rather by supporting it and coordinating for it, and with the support of member states. Also, UN Women does so in execution of its mandate to lead, promote, and coordinate accountability for the work of UN system in the area of gender equality and the empowerment of women. As you may know, 2017 marked the final year of reporting under the first phase of the system-wide action. Since its introduction in 2012, the system-wide action plan has brought about significant and sustained improvement in the performance and accountability of the UN system with respect to mainstreaming gender equality. 82% of the UN system, which is 54 entities, now have gender policies and plans in place. This is up from 21 entities in 2012. This is a great achievement given that gender equality policies are a key lever for driving positive change. Entities also demonstrated significant progress on the capacity development indicator, with 49 entities meeting or exceeding requirements in 2017. The uptake and continued implementation of the UN Women I Know Gender, this is an electronic training course. This was developed and rolled out under the UN SWAP. This is now mandatory in 31 entities. And as of February 2018, 32,454 staff of reporting entities had completed this course. And since 2012, the gender responsive auditing indicator has witnessed the highest gains. 7 entities complied with the requirements in 2012. 58 entities do today. Leadership by the representative of internal audit services of United Nations organizations with whom the SWAP network liaised, and the increasing recognition of the key role auditing plays in promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women drove performance. Similarly, and projecting forward, it is our hope that UNCT SWAP will do the same. In 2016, of the 58 UNDAFs that commenced implementation, only approximately 70% specified gender results at the outcome levels. With the implementation of the UNCT SWAP, which sets its first requirement, the need to have gender results at the outcome level in the UNDAF, we hope this statistic will rise significantly. Hence, the UN SWAP has achieved much and moved the needle, as the video that we are going to watch next will further show. Substance and dedication, also to dedicated coordination, paid off, as did the foundational ethos of partnership and solidarity and sharing within and across the 66 participant entities. No success was or could have been had alone, only together. The UN SWAP launched in 2012 has made that amply clear. On that note, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the many partners and allies here today who have supported and lauded and guided us, the member states, the entities, the UN system gender units, and very importantly, the strong network of over 300 UN SWAP focal points spread across the UN system who have fueled the implementation of the UN SWAP. Without the determination and power of this network, the gains that the system has achieved between 2012 and 2017 would not have been realized. The next generation of accountability for gender mainstreaming, namely the UN SWAP 2.0 and the UNCT SWAP, build on successes and lessons learned, anchoring it also within the 2030 agenda. They expand accountability to encompass system-wide reporting on collective results linked to gender-related targets of the SDGs, including SDG 5. They prepare the ground for comparability across the system and for systematic tracking of collective progress. And together they encompass both the HQ and the country level, more in the alignment than apart. And for the first year of reporting on results may be an experiment. Nobody really knows exactly what this will look like quite yet. We're proud that gender equality is on this path, breaking new ground and intent on leading the way as best as possible. It is noteworthy that this launch is only a few days removed from the passage of the landmark resolution on repositioning the United Nations Development System and its reform. Could it be that the UN SWAP and UNCT SWAP enjoy the distinction of being the first substantive manifestation of it? In this context, UN Women looks forward to advancing and servicing our shared commitment and collective responsibility on gender equality and the empowerment of women at the corporate HQ level through the UN SWAP and the country team level through UNCT SWAP scorecard. Similarly, however, we encourage you to support these initiatives to strengthen coordination and performance by all means within your reach and to actively promote its implementation. The system will rely on your advocacy and support. As I mentioned earlier, success cannot be had alone. We must all be in it together, each from their own corner. Only together can great results be achieved. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the Deputy Executive Director of the UN Women for her statement. It is my pleasure now to thank the delegates for their attendance and their contribution, to thank their guests if they have any. I extend those thanks to our online viewers and hope they have found this meeting interesting. We are grateful to the technician who enabled this meeting to proceed without problems. And of course, we are very grateful for the help of the interpreters, without whom people could not have heard speeches in the language of their choice. The meeting is adjourned. Bah, on a survécu.
Oui.
C'était long. C'était toute la matinée.
Still being filmed.